So it's basically just a display plus some built-in like a motion sensors. So what you need to do is that you just place your own smartphone there. So all the applications are in practice running on your smartphones. And then you are using this gear as a display. And of course, the sensors embedded, they can track your head movement. So this is like really the basic model of this VR headset. And there are also more professional ones, like a Vive Pro Eye you can see here, for example. So then you have this headset, and you don't need to use your phone anymore in this case. So it is this headset, and you have a controller. Like for the Vive Pro Eye, you have two controllers, and you also need to use this base station. So we will talk about that later. Why do you need a base station, and what are these used for? And there are also some newer models like Oculus Quest 2, and that supports like hand tracking, and this is a wireless one, and also some others. But I must say that most of the professional VR headset nowadays still require tethering, meaning that you still need to connect your headset to a computer, so with a cable. And of course, sometimes they might say, hey, we have this kind of wireless adapter, so you can replace this cable with Wi-Fi, but still it is Wi-Fi. So I have not seen the real 5G VR headset in the market. When I searched online, I found like XR Space called this Manova. It was claimed to be probably the first 5G VR headset, but currently in the online shop, they are just selling the Wi-Fi supported one. But I believe that the 5G supported VR headset is coming, and it will appear in the market soon. So there are so many different kind of headsets, and if we read the specifications of these devices, there is a couple of terminal terms that you might be interested. So the first one is called field of view. So when you say, I want to buy a VR headset, that might be something you want to check first. So what is this field of view? So we can imagine that when we talk about the VR, if you put on these glasses, what you see is not this kind of flat 2D display anymore. So it's not like our smartphone, this kind of 2D. So what you are expected to see is becoming this kind of spherical view. You can imagine like a sphere, right? So it unfolds the 360 degree horizontally. So meaning that you can turn around, you can see 316 degree horizontally and 118 degree vertically, because our head cannot go to the back. That's why it's imagine like a 180 degree vertically. But we know that what you can see when you put on the headset, you don't see the 360 degree at the same time, right? So what you can see is only part of that, and that's called the field of view. So you can imagine if I see this way, 19 degrees, so this, what I can see, this is field of view is 19 degrees. So it depends on the glasses you have or the headset you have. So typically it's between like it's around 19 degrees, and of course some professional ones might offer this horizontal field of view up to 110. But it's still like quite limited, like 110. But if we think about human eyes, like our eyes, what we can see, so naturally this is like about 220 degrees horizontally. So what the VR headset can offer us nowadays is not really as wide as the human eye can see still. Okay, so then when we see the field of view, of course, we expect it to be as wide as possible. But then there is another thing, it's called resolution. And we know nowadays the display, the resolution, of course, has gone much higher than a couple of years ago. So we are talking about 4K, 8K, this type of things. But still, if we think this resolution for one piece of display, so if this field of view is, let's say, 19 degree, so it means that all the pixels are using to visualize this 19 degree field of view. But if we want to increase it to 180 degree or even more, then if the resolution doesn't change, I mean for the display, then of course if we think about the number of pixels per degree, this is going to drop. And that is not very good, because we expect for each degree we see, right, the number of pixels still high. So there is this kind of trade-off here now. So if you want to increase your field of view, so then you probably need to lower the angular, we call the angular resolution, meaning the number of pixels per angular. So, and of course, if you want to increase both, then you really need to significantly increase the resolution of this display. So there are still some hardware constraints here, so we can't reach the ideal, let's say the ideal setup yet. And there's another issue, it's called the VR sickness. Because often people ask this question, that if I use VR, for example, if I use VR for training, if I play VR games, how long can I use it? And usually, of course, there is no standard here, but what I have heard in practice, usually we are talking about something like maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because we are thinking, usually if you want to use longer than that, like 1 hour, then you probably don't feel very comfortable. And there are, of course, many reasons, like this is maybe very heavy, not so comfortable to use, but there is also other issues like this VR sickness. But the VR sickness, it's caused by several factors. So one thing here is called refresh rate. So what is like a refresh rate? So you can imagine if we go back here, we have a figure here. So on the right side, we show two figures. On the top is what's called a smartphone display. So just to give an example, if you opened a VR app on your smartphone, and probably you will see something very weird like this. You are thinking, oh, this looks so weird. But if you see it from your, let's say, your gear, or really in the VR mode, what your brain would perceive, what will be perceived by your brain is actually something at the bottom. So this is what your brain actually sees. And we know that basically when your eyes see something, your brain will process it, right, to get you this kind of view at the bottom. So then there is a question. So the brain will process it, and also the headset need to process it. Which one is faster? So ideally, of course, this headset should not be slower than the brain, because if it's slower, right, then it's like, you can imagine there is a delay. So then it will cause this kind of sickness. So in practice, we expect like at least 19 hertz, this kind of refresh rate, meaning that it should be able to refresh like at least 19 times per second. And we talked about already resolution earlier, and you can imagine that, of course, if the resolution is very low, you don't feel very comfortable. So you expect the resolution to be also very high. And here we think that there are two eyes, right? And what each eye should be seeing should be at least like 2K by 2K pixel per eye, and ideally even higher, like even 8K like this per eye. But currently it's still not very easy to reach that high resolution, because it's, of course, one thing is expensive, and also it will require a lot more processing power as well to process this. So here we already talked about like this visual part, and here I want to show you this figure. So it actually explained kind of different perspective of the immersion experience. So why people want to use VR, for example? Of course, we want to have this kind of immersion experience. We want to imagine that we are actually, you know, playing or working or traveling in this kind of virtual environment, and how to provide this immersive experience. So one aspect is this visual quality, as we just discussed. Like you expect really high resolution, high, let's say, refresh rate, and this kind of 3D display, so a very wide field of view. So that's all about the visual quality. And there is another perspective, it's about the sound, so like a sound quality. So actually we are also talking about like a 3D audio, really crystal clear voice and things like that. But the third perspective is something that is kind of also quite new, even from research perspective, and it's also developing very fast in this field, because earlier people really focus on like a display, but now I see more and more, let's say, effort has been invested also in improving this kind of user interfaces or the user interaction. So if you think about the VR or AR or MR we will talk about later, we are not really sitting in front of the 2D screen, and we are not using keyboards. We are not using mouse. So how do we interact with these devices, with these applications? So are we just using about like our voice, or should we be using our body, you know, like a body gesture, our hand? Should we be even using our eye? So how should we interact with these kind of applications? So here I will show you some examples. So the first one we called motion tracking. So that is like, I would say that it is becoming quite a mature now, this technology. So if you remember that earlier when we talked about the Vive Pro I, I mentioned that you need to install some base stations there, right? So when we talk about base station, why do we need a base station? So you put on the headset and you have the two controller, and you can use, of course, the headset. You have some accelerometer, gyroscope to check your head movement. But how to know where your hands are, or even how your body is moving, right? So we will need some extra sensors, not just on the head, but also on other places. So the first thing people do is to put those sensors on those controllers. But then you have on these controllers, but how do I know that where am I in this room? Is my hand here or is my hand here? So then the solution is to put like 2 or even 4 so-called base stations in this room. So for the Vive, for example, for all the Vive VR headset, they recommend you to use at least 2 base stations. Of course, with Vive, 1 it might work, but ideally you should have at least 2 base stations. And what they have on this kind of base stations, so it's basically, you can imagine it's like kind of like this like laser or infrared kind of pulse, and it tries to detect where this person is, and then of course you need to have this kind of sensors on your controller, so it knows basically where your controller is, and you know, okay, that is your hand. So and here when we are talking about this kind of motion tracking, it's not even just about where you are, it's also about how you move. And when we know that when we are talking about how people move, we usually mentioned one term called 6 degrees of freedom. So what does this 6 degrees of freedom means? We know that you can move up and down, left to right, or forward or backward, right? But you can also rotate. So you can rotate in these 3 different directions also. So then the 3 plus 3 is 6. So ideally, we should be able to track this kind of 6 dove movement. So you need to know, for example, whether I'm moving here or I'm turning, I'm rotating. So give another example, maybe to better show this one. So for example, this case, you can see that if you have a so-called Vive tracker, so it's similar with this controller you have, but it's just for tracking. So if you put this small tracker, for example, on your shoulder, elbow, or feet on different joints, right? And you still have this kind of base station there. So now it can track basically the position of each of this tracker. So you can see that when you are moving in the, let's say, real world, right? So it's possible to really track the whole body posture. So then in the VR mode, for example, you might see an avatar which is mimicking what you are doing. So that is what the tracker is doing. And you can imagine that with this kind of technologies, then you can easily, for example, you can dance in the VR mode, right? You can even play tennis. You can, really have more this kind of physical interaction in the VR environment. And in addition to this, there are also some other new user interfaces coming to the market. So for example, different kind of smart gloves. Usually the smart glove, the idea is that they can track your finger movement. And there are some so-called haptic gloves, meaning that it can even give you some haptic feedback. For example, I have seen the example like you are imagining that you are in the gym, but in the VR environment. But you know that if I imagine I'm, lifting something heavy, but in practice, how can I feel this weight? So that is what the haptic, this kind of devices would provide you. So they will give you this kind of feeling that you can feel the weight. Or for example, you are trying to touch something in the virtual environment. For example, I'm touching the water, or I'm touching, different shape of a surface. But when you put on the VR glasses, you don't see the real world, and you are just into this kind of virtual environment. How do you feel that's the water? How do you feel, that's the snow, for example? So that is what this kind of haptic devices are supposed to give you this kind of experience. And for the hand tracking itself, I want to mention this. There is this called leap motion. So actually at the right bottom, you can see this leap motion. So this is based on the infra camera. So it has these 2 infra cameras and some infra LEDs. So it really gives very precise and hand and finger tracking. And it has gone through several versions. And the latest version called Gemini. So you can see in the picture that now it's not just about where your hand, it really can track both hands, all the fingers, joints or fingertips really quite precisely. And this one has been actually integrated into some VR headset. So as I remember, if this Wartiovaara VR headset, for example, actually made in Finland, they have integrated this leap motion into their headset. And also like Oculus Quest 2, so you don't need extra base station like this, and it can track your hand movement pretty well. So they are using this kind of technology there. And the last one is called eye tracking. And this is relatively new, but if you remember, like when we talk about Vipro Eye, it's claimed to be the first VR headset that supports eye tracking. And nowadays, eye tracking is not just in VR; it's also available in AR or MR. We will mention that later. But what is the idea of the eye tracking? So the idea is that that typically the technology works like this: that they put some small cameras, so-called eye cameras, facing your eye, and it tries to detect your eye movement, which way you are, how your eyeballs are moving, where you are, looking like this. So with this kind of technology, so for example, in the VR, if I just try to look up and down, so actually the VR would be able to know where I'm looking at. And this is actually quite important technologies. And for the AR, you can imagine that if I go somewhere, how do you know what am I looking at? For example, I go to a shop, which product I'm interested in, and if you have eye tracking, you know where I'm looking, so you'll be able to know what I'm probably interested. So now actually let's go to the AR, because we actually mentioned a bit about AR, but maybe some of you are still a bit confused at what AR is actually about. So I don't know how many of you actually have played Pokemon. It's really a very popular game, and that's an AR game, so augmented reality. So compared with the VR, you can imagine that if you put on the VR headset, you only see this digital world. You don't see the physical or the real world anymore. But AR is opposite. So you see the real world, and then on top of this real world, there is some digital information. For example, the Pokemon on top or in front of you. Or you can imagine like some IKEA app, right? So you can try to place, for example, a sofa here. So you can see really a virtual, a sofa, here. So that's like your place and digital objects and virtual stuff on top of this physical world. And this has been used also not just for games, and you can imagine, for example, in factories. So there is, I shown an example, this kind of smart glasses. So if I work in a warehouse, for example, I put on the smart glasses, and then if I look this way on this shelf, it know, okay, maybe, the information of this product would be displayed in front of me. So they have many of these kind of applications. And the MR, as I mentioned earlier, that some people say this is the advanced version of augmented reality. So the same thing, with AI is that you see both worlds. You see the real world and you see the digital world. But the difference is that usually when we talk about AR, quite often we think, okay, you see something there, right? And that's it. It is just visualized. But when we talk about the MR, it's more about the interaction. So for example, it can be used for designing, like a product design, right? If I put on this kind of MR glasses, I can imagine that, okay, now I create a car in front of you. I can change the shape. So I might just be using my hand, right? And then I'm really interacting with this digital object. I change the maybe color, I move the component from one side to the other side. So this type of thing. So it's more interactive. Let's put it in this way. And probably the most well-known MR device is this Microsoft HoloLens. So it has now like HoloLens 1, HoloLens 2. And there are also, of course, some product from other manufacturers as well. Like here I show this Wartiovaara XR3. So this is from a Finnish manufacturer. So it has very high resolution. It can actually switch between MR and the VR. So you can see there is actually two cameras here. So these two cameras is actually capturing this environment and is streaming. So you can see actually in the real world. And then of course you can also say, I want to close it somehow, meaning I switch to the VR mode that I don't see the real world. It's also possible. But currently, for example, for the XR3, it has so high resolution that it's not wireless. So you still need to have a cable to connect these devices to a very powerful computer. And for the HoloLens, it supports Wi-Fi. You can run some application directly on the HoloLens. It has some kind of, it has some processing power, but of course it cannot really handle very complex computation there yet. So now we have talked about the basic of these different VR, AR, and XR. In the following part, we will focus more on VR because technology-wise, those can be also applied to the AR and VR. There are many things in common. So first, let's have a look like this. How are these now connected to 5G? Even though we say there is no really 5G VR headset yet in the market, but they are coming. So when we talk about the VR, first we need to understand that if you think from interaction perspective, there are also different kind of interaction, meaning it is so-called a very weak interaction or ultra-strong interaction. So what does it mean, like a weak or strong interaction? So if we talk about a weak interaction, for example, if I'm sitting, on the sofa at home, I just watch a sports game, right? So it is kind of like watching TV, like a traditional TV. The difference is that now it is maybe 360 video, I can look around, so that's the difference. But still, I'm not interacting so much with the game itself. I'm not like playing a football game, you know, in the in the virtual environment. I'm just watching. So in that case, for this kind of scenario, usually the latency requirement is relatively low. So meaning that it's okay to have a couple second delay. So meaning that, well, I just watch the game, maybe it's a couple second delay, but it doesn't really hurt so much. And then there is a so-called a stronger interaction. For example, we can imagine like a video conferencing. Then it's the same as the other kind of video conferencing, which is not in VR. So you can imagine that the latency requirements should be higher. So we are typically talk about like 100, 200 milliseconds. And there are even stronger interaction, like really playing the game, right? Like even shooting games, or you are playing basketball or football or betting, these different kind of games there. So you can imagine that, for example, if it's, I imagine I'm playing, for example, a tennis in the VR mode, and then if I move my hand, and of course, then the game will kind of, the content depends on what I do. So it needs to react immediately. So if I move my, my racket, and then I need to wait a second until, you know, I see this movement in the VR, then it's definitely not acceptable. So for this kind of really very interactive environments, then the latency requirement need to be very high. So there we are really talking about like something like a 20 millisecond. And here, remember, when we talk about the 20 milliseconds, we are still saying, for example, if you track your motion, and then the game designed what to show you, and then you see you. So this is like 20 milliseconds. So it is not just about the networking. So this is really end to end. So from what I do something, and then I really see all this reaction or the response in the VR mode. And then to give you some concrete example, some real life example. So here I found this actual example online. It's quite interesting. So, so it's in year 2020, so last year, Verizon is like one telecom operator in US, and together with two other companies, and they did kind of a, I would say, pilot or test there to stream the 360 video from a football game stadium to a dome, which is about 200 miles away. And what they did is that they actually installed two this kind of 360 cameras there. So you can see here they use this called Intra 360 Pro 2, this 8K camera, because you can imagine if you want to capture this 360 view, it's not enough to have just one lens. Typically, they have at least six cameras. Like, for example, you can imagine this table. If I want to capture something there, I need to place many cameras here, and they all facing to the middle, of course. And then you can imagine the field of view. There must have some overlap. So then they have many cameras, like in this, for example, in this circle. And then we are trying to capture something in the middle. And then if you have, let's say, 6 cameras here, and you get the video from all these cameras, so then what you need to do is in real time, you get all these 6 video feeds, and you stitch them. You stitch this, all this video together into this 360, this panoramic view. And in this football game, they use this 360 camera, and actually in each camera they have 6 lenses. So you might see actually now in front there are 2, but actually they have 6 lenses. So they put one fixed position where you can see the gate, and then they put the other one actually just under this sky cam, so it is actually moving. So from these 2 cameras, so what you can do, so what is the typical process when you have this? So for example, this is a figure from this Insta 360 from their website. So just to simplify how this would look like. So basically, if you get some video from there, as I said that you have several this video field from each lens, then you would need to stitch them together. And actually that company, they also provide some software which could automatically stitch this together in quite high frame rate, let's say 13 frames per second there. And then you stream this to, for example, to the cloud or to somewhere else. So that is how it works. And in this case, in this football, like say 360 live streaming, how do they do it? It's actually quite complex. So they have this two 360 camera, and these cameras, they are actually connected with a cable or even fibers to some powerful computer that would in real time stitch this. And then they have this two feeds, and then there is actually still a human there sitting there to decide, okay, which one should be broadcast. So that is the same like in the traditional TV broadcasting system. So then they can decide, okay, which one, or maybe some others can be fed there as well. And this is actually still sent through fiber from the city where the game had is this Orlando to Miami. And then from there, they use the 5G to stream all this video, because all this has been encoded as a video streaming, and then they stream it to this dome. So you can see in the picture, there is a dome there, because it's this kind of sphere, and it has many projectors, and then the projector will project, show this there. So it's only that last hop in this case is this really the 5G, and they have been using quite a powerful computer for processing. And you can imagine like this is, well, it's basically from one point to another point. And as basically based on what I have read online, so the end-to-end latency in this case is 3 seconds. It's acceptable for this kind of not very interactive scenario, but then you can imagine that still it has 3 seconds for this. But where does this latency come from? Of course, partly is from the 5G, but I would say in this case, not that much. So I think most of the latency in this case still come from the processing. Like you have the video, you need to stitch them, you need to encode the video and decode the video. Right, so basically when we talk about like 5G for XR, we always need to remember that for XR, it's really not just about transmission, how much data you can transmit, how fast, but it's also about how fast you can process the data. Otherwise, even if the network transmission is super fast, like let's say 5 milliseconds, but it takes 2 seconds to process the data, then still the user experience is not acceptable. Okay, so then that's the first type of video, let's say 360 video in the VR. So you can just imagine it's kind of like a video streaming, and it is quite heavy computation. But the other category called the computer-generated environment. So basically, if you imagine you play the game, like nowadays you play a computer game, a cloud-based game, so the content is typically stored somewhere in the cloud. So the same thing here in the VR. So it could be, you could have the application stored on your computer, you just connect it with your headset and play, or it could be something in the cloud. But it has something common with your computer game. It's like, you can imagine this kind of graphical stuff. It has this so-called rendering, right? So it needs to create this kind of like, almost like a realistic graphical view here, and this part is quite heavy. And this is called the rendering part. So this part is very heavy. So for this very high resolution headset like a Wartiovaara, for example, why it is not wireless, and a very important reason is really it need, it has so high resolution that if you need a very powerful PC in order to render it. So basically, the higher resolution you have, then the more computing power you need to render it. And this part of the delay is actually quite significant if you are not trying to reduce that. And for this kind of rendering, and as we said that earlier, if you remember, we talked about the VR sickness. And you can imagine that for this kind of rendering, if you are not able to really render at quite high frame per second, then you will feel like kind of like a delay there. Then it will also really significantly lower the user experience. So you expect it to render it at a quite high frame rate. So as we said that this rendering is quite, let me see, quite computational, complex and expensive. So how to solve the problem? So currently there are basically two solutions. So one solution is called a foveated rendering. So if you remember, we talk about the eye tracking. And actually for people, human eye is like this. So only in the center of the eye, it requires very high resolution. And it's around like 3 degrees. So you can imagine that if my eye is watching something, it's important that the center where I'm really looking at is with very high resolution. But is it really necessary to have so high resolution for the other area? So the answer is actually no, because people do not really feel it if you have very high resolution there. I mean, it doesn't really increase the experience so much. So that's why we can think that if we just need to render the center part with very high resolution, but the others with a lower resolution, then we can reduce this computational power, and we can also reduce the amount of data that need to be transferred, that need to be processed. So this is the first one, and it required eye tracking, accurate eye tracking. And the other one, we said cloud-based VR, because always you say, hey, I don't have so powerful computer at home, or if I'm using this wireless headset and the headset itself is not powerful enough, then naturally you'll say, let's move the computation from our headset to the cloud, because cloud is supposed to be very powerful. Okay, so then how would that work? So basically mean that the headset is just display, and then like the user interface. So, for example, if I move my, let's say move my body, or if I turn my head, and this kind of signal or this kind of information should be forwarded to the cloud, to the server there. So it knows that, okay, now these people are turning the head, so I should show, the view on the right side now. Right, and then it can render it there and then stream the video back to the to the client headset. So the client becomes very simple. But on the other hand, that you can imagine that everything really depends on how fast the cloud can process it and send you back this result. And there, when we talk about the cloud, of course, you can imagine that it cannot work. Of course, it needs to render frame by frame. But if we just render one frame and then wait, then it's too slow. So there is also something called asynchronous terminal-clou rendering. So it means that when the user, used the nth frame that's sent by the cloud rendering platform, and then locally, when I now turn my head a little bit like this, so then it can still, react to this. And then in the cloud side, it can continue to render the following frame. So this is one technology. And of course, there are also others called like low latency encoding, decoding, because we know that when it render this after the rendering, and this need to be encoded into the video stream and send it to the client, and then you need to decode it. So the encoding and decoding itself also cause latency. So we need also low latency encoding, decoding technology. And the third one is called the network slicing. So you might have heard about that in other lecture. So how can we utilize slicing to guarantee that we really, would deliver this with a low latency? So all these technologies need to be combined, to be integrated in order really to provide this very low latency VR experience. So then just to have a kind of summary. So what kind of requirements this VR application have? So here, actually it's from the one scientific paper, so they divide this into different so-called entry-level VR, advanced level VR, and ultimate level VR. So then you can see that If you imagine you are streaming the video, if you stream all the 360-degree video, or if you just stream the video, that is like the field of view you have. So how much bandwidth is needed? Right, so you can see, of course, if you have higher resolution, higher frame rate, then the higher bandwidth would be needed. So it could be something like over 1 gigabit per second easily for one single user here. So I would say that 5G, maybe for the current VR, only for certain VR applications, it is good enough. But then for really extremely interactive VR scenarios, and even if we think about in the future, this kind of haptic interaction, for example, there is still a lot of things to do and a lot of space to improve the technologies. So then, maybe the last thing, just mention quickly here that we were talking about all this cloud, and usually we imagine the cloud is somewhere far away, right? For example, when we are standing here, and if we talk about the Google Cloud might be in US, might be in Germany, or might be in other cities in Finland. So of course they are very powerful, but the problem is that if the distance is so far, if I send the data from here, for example, to California and back, you can imagine this network delay is going to be quite long. And typically from a terminal to a cloud, the typical delay could be 100 milliseconds. And if we expect 20 millisecond end-to-end latency, that's definitely not feasible. So there is a very hot topic called the edge computing. So meaning that okay, now it's still like cloud, it's still like, can imagine like a powerful computer, but it's not so far away. So we want to move them closer to where the users are. So for example, maybe at the 5G base station, or let's say maybe not for each base station, like in our campus area, there could be a small data center. So then if I'm using the VR here, the rendering of my VR game wouldn't happen somewhere far away in other city. It could be done locally in this local data center. So that is the idea called the edge. So moving the computation closer to where the users are, to where the devices are. So this is to further reduce the network latency. So to make a summary of today's lecture, so we talk about this XR application. So if you remember the XR devices, we are talking about the headset, the gloves, trackers, eye tracking, so different kind of components there. And then it required the processing power to render the graphic and also to process all the sensor data to understand the people's body movement, to understand where your eyes are looking. So this all required high processing power. And if you want to stream you want to have the rendering somewhere in the cloud, you need to have high enough bandwidth to stream this video back, and of course to have very low latency. So what 5G can offer, of course, the edge computing to move this computation closer, to have the rendering at the edge, and to provide much wider bandwidth and lower latency compared with the 5G. But as I said, that I would say that this is just the beginning, and it still required the further development to support extremely interactive VR and more immersive experience in the future. Yeah. So that comes to the end of today's lectures. Thank you.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eero Tiainen, and I'm going to talk about a vertical of creative industries for you today. And this will be a lot regarding a lot immersive experiences and immersive technology, mostly. Just a few slides or a few notes about me. I'm a VR designer, XR designer, VR director too. And I've been for years now in Aalto University in different research projects, wearable systems lab the latest, and Professor Xiao, who you saw before, is actually running wearable systems lab. And I've been also in Experience Platform, VR Hub, and Virtual Cinema Lab in Aalto. And I have my own production company called Avada's Journey. I've been creating different VR experiences lately in latest years. Love Simulation Eve is one of them. Ever Sky is another one, kind of a VR game, this Ever Sky. And Love Simulation Eve is actually VR performance among the first ones in the world. And I'm also in the board of directors of FIVR, which is a Finnish Virtual Reality Association. We have more than 1,000 members there. And I'm also now creating new festival to Finland, to Helsinki. It's called Embrace, and it's an XR art festival coming this autumn. Yes, but here is the menu for today for you guys. So first I'm gonna talk about creative industry. What is it? And then a little bit, few words about XR industry from the kind of industry point of view. And then I'm gonna kind of give you insight or a little bit kind of overall presentation to spatial computing and the kind of a near future of it. Then I'm gonna tell about the marriage of XR and 5G, what it allows us to do in the near future and even right now. And I'm gonna use some use cases and present some use cases for that. And then in the end, I'm gonna talk about future prospects of immersive and 5G marriage. So what is creative industry actually? What does it mean? Here's one categorization. This is pretty common. So when we're talking about creative industry, we're talking about museums, art museums, historical museums, science museums, this kind of location-based museums in general. And environmental heritage is one. This means kind of architectural buildings that are kind of culturally important, or like places of worship, kind of traditional cultural places in nature, for instance, like Stonehenge, let's say. Libraries and archives, literature and print media is regarded as creative industry. Performing arts, definitely. Design, especially like graphical design, art, like artistic design and visual design. Many also talk about kind of branding or marketing as part of this design branch. Broadcasting, digital media or film, games, for instance, they're part of creative industry. Music composition, publishing, visual arts, crafts, fashion industry, and then this kind of a manufacturing of all these goods, basically. And then, of course, it's always nothing happens in a vacuum, especially nowadays. So everything is connected to the larger society as a whole and industries as a whole. Here is another way to put it. This is from Creative Finland. They talk about the similar stuff: performances, events, galleries, artworks, film, games. So this is a pretty kind of a common idea. What is creative industry? So and then we can think about like how big is this industry. So maybe many people think that in Finland, in the promised land of forests, paper industry would be big. Well, it is big, but actually in creative industries is even bigger combined. So it makes 3.6% of GDP in Finland, which is more than pulp and paper industry put together. And it's really a good employer also, like or there's like a lot of people working in the field. Creative Finland is calculating that there would be 135,000 people in culture-related jobs, and it's really entrepreneur heavy as a field. And actually, it's interesting to think that art is not, or art is actually really really valuable also kind of from the sheer money point of view. Like if you imagine, like take Mona Lisa for instance, it's really difficult to think about more valuable item than that kind of a painted canvas of Mona Lisa. And here in the background, I show you a video from an experience called Beyond the Glass, which is actually a VR experience. So you can see someone watching in VR this experience where the history and the kind of a creative process behind Mona Lisa is being explained.
To see the woman inside the painting and to show you exactly what makes the Mona Lisa a masterpiece. So much has happened since the first brush stroke was laid down in Florence in 1503. Following her stay in France, the still unfinished Mona Lisa was purchased by King Francois I and became part of the royal collection. She would later survive a revolution, theft, 2 world wars, several attacks, and journeys across the world.
So this is actually also an example of VR, what it allows. Because Mona Lisa is always, if you go to Louvre, it's super heavily, densely populated, the area in front of this painting. So you cannot actually see it very well many times, but this allows you to actually go in VR and you can examine the painting in detail. And it also gives you all this information, this experience. Actually, even like now there has been a lot of discussions about NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which is related to blockchain technology, and there has been some really hefty sums paid from digital art lately. This is, for instance, sold with $6.6 million. This 10-second piece you can see here. It's artwork by people called Crossroads. And of course we could discuss then what NFT, why people are paying so much from these art pieces. There's a lot of kind of art investors and maybe a new generation of art investors involved. And there's a lot of kind of a speculative investments made for these artworks when they are paying millions from these works. So it's not only kind of there's many things involved when we are talking about NFTs. Of course, a lot of like a speculative value. So the art investors, they maybe also are seeking for kind of return of their investment later on. But also there's a new generation of art investors who want to just support this digital art. So that's also behind it. But yeah, of course, when we are talking about arts and culture, we cannot just render it kind of its value based on its monetary value. It is many research. There's a lot of research that says that it promotes well-being. Actually, it's just kind of a here I'm just referring to few only, but like there's a lot of research made, and it's pretty well established fact that people who consume arts and art experiences are better, are kind of feeling better and making better, being better, actually, like their well-being is better. And there's also, this is of course related to COVID now. So there has been, there was this study that now during lockdown, people have actually started maybe to create art and being engaged with art more than before. So maybe people are also seeking for solace from there. And of course, we can think this in like as a personal question also, what would your life be like without music, for instance, or films? So I'm just wondering, kind of, I hope that I have convinced you that this is pretty important industry, this creative industry. So you were already introduced to XR and VR and AR and mixed reality before. So just really quickly, extended reality is an umbrella term for VR, mixed reality and AR together. And VR is just kind of creates this computerally generated reality of its own. Augmented reality is kind of augmenting or kind of creating an added digital layer on top of physical reality. Mixed reality is somewhere between these two, somehow kind of combining both of these worlds, basically. So it's kind of a continuum, I would say. This and the umbrella term is, as I said, extended realities. And then taking a look to XR industry, the whole XR market size is at the moment 25 billion euros, or approximately 30 billion US dollars here. And in 3 years, it's going to be, or it's expected to be 10 times as big as it is today. So it is growing rapidly. Gaming and entertainment. So you could say that creative industries are really important and heavily influencing the whole market. They make only the gaming and entertainment. They make more than 40% from the whole VR market value. And in case of home consumers, VR games and VR feature filming, like 3D films, for instance, or normal films too, they are the kind of the largest use cases for home users at the moment. And here you can see kind of the amount of connected headsets to Steam game platform. And what is driving the industry forward is definitely Oculus Quest 2 has been heavily influencing, which was launched like a little bit more than half year ago. And it's tetherless, so there's no cable in there. This is their trailer. Maybe I will show it for a while, just how they promote this. I believe that why it seems to be, and of course, like Oculus Quest is targeted for home users, and it's really kind of a game first device. So they are selling it with this gaming content that you see here. But I think why it has been well received is that well, it's so easy to put on and put off. So, and it's kind of in seconds you're already in there. So just this kind of a use, the easiness of the use is important here. Okay, then simulation training. What happened in the picture? All right, simulation training. So that's maybe from the kind of industry side more important. There has been studies about how this kind of training in VR is more cost effective and time effective. In some cases, quite many use cases have been already established. And here you can see Varjo headset, which is Finnish manufacturer, as said before. This is a kind of a mixed reality setting that you can see here. So there's a person in a chair. There is a kind of this kind of a control lever here, and that's what the person sees and can see their own actual hands. But then the cockpit itself and the whole surroundings are projected to that green screen area. Well, this is extended reality, but of course, simulation training can be also done in AR or VR only also. But the benefits is that you can kind of make kind of you can repeat your what you are supposed to learn. You can repeat those actions again and again. And premium content, premium gaming is of course something that is really also affecting and increasing the amount of VR users. Here is a Half-Life Alyx. So what is really cool, I would say, in this game is that you're actually moving there. So you're physically kind of engaged much more than in normal kind of flat screen game. It's like being inside an action movie almost. Yes. Let's go forward, please. Yes. Here it's just I'm not going to go through all of them, of course, but just you can see a little bit of like the industry kind of players in the industry, the companies that are involved. As said, Varjo from Finland is here. Microsoft has made the HoloLens. The kind of a design of HoloLens has been actually made in Finland. So in that sense, there's a lot of good development made in Finland. 3D Bear is one, also a Finnish one. But the biggest players are Facebook and Oculus. Oculus is owned by Facebook, Valve, definitely, and well, maybe Microsoft also would be one of those, and of course Vive, it's HTC Vive. So megatrends revolving and technologies that are connected to immersive technologies and 5G. So basically, because 5G is basically a great enabler, it's not kind of in itself, or like what is crucial is that it's connected to many existing technologies and upcoming emerging technologies, and what they allow us to do when they are combined together. That's the whole thing in modern world. And if we look to the history and kind of the background of the whole technology, we can see that there's like this upcoming of spatial computing, 3D user interfaces, 3D modeling, game engines, and the CPU and GPU. So the kind of the capabilities of the computers and the increased capabilities of calculations are there in the back of this industry, of course, and they allow then new experiences. So, and then interactivity. So it's kind of a cultural megatrend. Gaming culture has really took off, and online media, social media have accustomed us to this interactive ways of communication. Attention economy, so there's more and more screens everywhere around us. So there's kind of this rivalry of attention, and many makers of VR say that when people are going inside VR, then you cannot kind of at the same time you cannot watch your phone and kind of react to this these kind of alarms that come from there. So in that sense, creators are welcoming VR, and it's kind of immersive kind of a quality, encapsulating quality in that sense. Experience economy. So many say that we are kind of going towards this kind of a new form of economy, and hyperparks, maybe amusement parks, location-based entertainment, and immersive technology are maybe kind of forebringers of that too. Biohacking, so we have more and more sensors. Internet of Things, of course, is also related to this, maybe. Motion tracking, sleep monitoring, this is also related, and eye tracking, for instance, that is coming to these headsets more and more now. And so we are now maybe in the brink of 5G networks to become mass adoption. And AI, well, of course, we have had machine learning existing for a long time already, but then they will keep on evolving for sure, and they will become ever more personal and kind of even our assistants in our everyday life. And they will actually help also in generating the graphics, for instance, and so many fields that AI will be affecting in the future. And as I said, everything is kind of what is important is that this convergence, this kind of all these technologies are coming and interacting with each other, and that allows new things to emerge and new kind of experiences to emerge. And when we're talking about spatial computing, actually, and this new era of computing, this is kind of the starting point. And if I'm kind of I would guess maybe most of you, and at least for sure me right now, I'm still in this kind of a old way of interacting with the computer. So I basically have to kind of bind myself into this sitting position and pressing the buttons, and it's kind of well, it has its place, but we also know that some other ways of interacting would be maybe more natural for human beings. So that's the kind of the idea behind this, that we could be kind of engaging with technology kind of human-like way. So some people say that we are heading from human-computer interfaces to human-computer confluence, kind of these come together and they're engaging kind of seamlessly together, technology and human actions. And we are moving from information age to experience age, many people say, at least. So what this means is that it's not only the data sheets that is valuable, and of course we have a big data and stuff like that, but what is valuable are the experiences that we have. And we are not consuming only products, we are consuming the experiences that are related to those products. And why XR and 5G need each other? This is the kind of why we have to do this marriage. So the problems at the moment are that XR content is heavy, and the latency is really critical with immersive content. Because there's a lot of content, there's a lot of bandwidth going on, you get motion sick easily if there's latency involved in this. So the other problem is that because the first you need to own a computer that is really powerful, and you can see that the first adopters of VR have been gamers, because they already have computers that can run this heavy content. But 5G maybe could help that in there. And then one of the challenges has been the cable between the headset and computer, and it still is. Of course, these tetherless devices now allow for tetherless and cable-less interactions in VR, but they are still the graphical quality of those is reduced, because, for instance, this Quest 2 has a mobile chip actually inside, Snapdragon XR2 here, which is powerful, but it still is a XR and 5G when we are combining them, it allows kind of solutions for these challenges. Then so 5G and edge infra allows for cloud computing, and then the end computing happens in the headset itself, which allows to make lighter and wireless HMDs, head-mounted displays. And of course, then the promise is also higher content quality again. And as was mentioned in the previous presentation, because we are dealing with kind of an interactive content here, so it's not only that we are sending that information from the cloud to the end user here, to the end device, but we are also sending quite a high amount of information back from the headset and from the user to the server. So there's like a strong interaction happening in that sense. And this is just what it all boils down, is that this kind of a bandwidth that you need to make these two-way interactions happening. And this is just a example of what we might have to take into consideration in future when there are new forms of interactions and human-computer interactions happening. For instance, haptics might come into question pretty soon. And I'm going to show you a little bit of trailer from my own Lab Simulation Eve VR performance. This is a trailer from there, and we are actually developing now in Wearable Systems Lab these kind of haptic gloves that you can see here. These are first prototypes, and just that you kind of get an idea and maybe inspiration also of what is possible already now and in the near future. Yes, so here you can see inside the headset, there's this kind of pointillistic avatar body that she sees, and there's actually Wi-Fi connection in this these haptic gloves, and the haptic gloves, they give also haptic sensations. There's 18 little motors in there, and these have been done. This kind of a prototype here has been done with the hand tracking that is already included in the headset. So there's no hand tracking happening in the gloves. But in the future, it's really easy to imagine that this kind of a technology and this kind of a smart gloves will come more and more common. And what is needed then is that there might be a tracking going on inside them, and also if there's a tracking going on, they need to be all the time in conversation with the cloud, basically, or through the internet connection. They need to be engaged with the headset itself, but not only one headset, not only the user's headset, but also the other player's headset. And everything needs to be low latency because they are engaging with each other in this virtual scenery here. And this needs to also take place maybe somewhere where there is no Wi-Fi connection at all. So then 5G is allowing more and more of that data being transmitted between these two players and inside that virtual multiplayer scene. And here's another kind of this is marketing, of course, but just that you get an idea what has been kind of pictured from the working life in the near future. So whereas the previous example was kind of a performance, kind of an art context, here this is mostly kind of working environments and collaborating and co-creation with, and you can see actually that's a HoloLens 2 that they're wearing. It's a Microsoft's advertisements.
brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. I'm gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take it.
We have two planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Asia, what do you think?
I think we're at 330, maintaining 2800. We'll be clear for approach.
Excellent.
This change.
So what you can see here is that she's in avatar form, probably in VR here, and these people, she's of course physically in this location, and he is here in AR form, basically in the joining this conversation. So basically, you can see like AR and VR mixed here, or mixed reality maybe. Some people call HoloLens as mixed reality. This is a little bit different ways of putting this, but anyways, here's the roadmap for how this will play out in the future. This is actually from this kind of a virtual conference. This is, I think, Qualcomm's idea about this. So at the moment, we are kind of closing AR device, or like making AR devices lightweight and this kind of a glass form factor. We're kind of approaching that with 5G that is then delivered to the mobile phone, and then with the cable connected to the glasses. But then they will be, of course, wireless in the near future, and maybe in a few years we will have kind of everything packed into this one glass only. And of course, there are now rumors about Apple, for instance, working on this, or has been many years, and they have patented many technologies regarding AR and VR. So definitely we will see something in the following years. Here is Qualcomm. Qualcomm is a chip manufacturer who, like as I said, the Snapdragon XR2 is inside here from Qualcomm, and they are also collaborating with many AR and mixed reality device manufacturers or original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and also direction, and also with many operators. You can see here, for instance, Verizon or LGU. So they are very well networked, let's say. So as maybe was also mentioned in previous presentation, what is really crucial is the latency, and people talk about motion to photon latency. Something around 50 milliseconds is needed inside the headset in order to maintain the content, the comfort of the content and the user experience there. And if we are looking at this kind of from the architectural infrastructure point of view, so there's the centralized cloud that is kind of handling this kind of data storage, for instance, and this kind of not really kind of a latency critical operations, but then it delivers the contents to edge infrastructure, and then these are set, at least Telco here is saying that it will allow for 5 to 10 millisecond latencies when we're using edge infrastructure. And then here is a headset also pictured. So basically from edge infra it will be then connected to the actual chip inside the headset, for instance. So basically this would then allow for also edge infrastructure could handle this kind of calculations that are needed to make the headset also to run smoothly and below that 15 millisecond latency. So in that sense, it's really important that we can do this, because then if we can do this calculations in the edge infra, then we don't need to do them inside the headset, and we can even remove many of the functions and many of the hardware inside here away from the user's nose, because it's heavy to make everything here in your attached to your head basically. And this is just the kind of a one concept image, but what it could be. There's probably inside-out tracking, which means that it knows where it is. For instance, we know that Oculus has a project area which is aiming just for this. Like it understands its context, its surroundings, the glass, and it can then overlay some graphical material to those contents, or those physical surroundings. And here another way of putting this. So, for instance, let's say in the European football match, you have a lot of European champion football match. There's a lot of interactions, a lot of people maybe recording with their phones and stuff like that, and streaming that to their friend. So you can imagine the amount of data going in the infrastructure. So 5G allows for that kind of a local kind of handling that kind of a local strain for the network much more easily. And 6DoF immersive content is really critical on the latency, as said, and high throughput, for instance, and low latency. Again, when we're, for instance, making remote control or tactile internet. So this is again here touching the haptic gloves, the idea of haptic gloves maybe. Okay, let's go to some use cases, and these are mostly from the VR side now, but I hope that this will give you an idea, and these are kind of because content is the king in the end. So it's not about the technology in the end for the end users, for instance. So what 5G plus XR marriage allows is this extreme mobile broadband, as said, and we can enrich user surrounding with spatial computing, and we can maybe visit places otherwise impossible in VR. For instance, we can go to virtual art museum from home. We can have, AR games, as maybe Pokemon Go was an example, but maybe in the future in the glasses, not only in our mobile phone. Virtual presence. So basically, we can defy distance. We can, no matter where we are physically located, we can be together socially and co-create something. Maybe we can attend to live events in a way never before. I will give you examples and show example shortly. And for instance, guided history tours with family and friends in VR, but I will give you an example from that. And then minimum latency. It allows for this kind of a multisensory experiences and possibility for full body tracking and interactive experiences. So, for instance, museums, what has been done already is this kind of a
Hold the World is an interactive virtual reality experience. Welcome to London's Natural History Museum. In these drawers today, there is a special selection of objects ready for you to explore. Thank you very much. There we are. Wow.
He's Sir David Attenborough there. So you can experience historical, like science history, kind of firsthand. Environmental heritage. Well, this is really important and interesting use case from Finland. This was done in, sorry, I have to go back. Yes, this was done in Turku. It's Turku 1812. So it allows you to go to this kind of an old marketplace, which doesn't exist anymore. So and these people were there together. So there was like 5 people in at the same time, and then there was also a guide in this experience. And these are just kind of testimonials from these people who went it through. But what it allowed them to do was kind of they were actually visiting that place, kind of a time traveling almost in that place.
Kokemus, pääsy tänne niin kuin menneisyyden maailmaa tarkastelemaan, minkälainen se olisi voinut olla. Ja sitten toisaalta ihan tutkimustieto.
Aivan huikea. Nyt olen ollut elävänä tuolla 1812 Turussa.
And I think it was also important there was actual guide involved, and it was social experience. So this social aspect is also crucial when we are talking about 5G, because we can be there in virtual realm together and socially engage with each other. Here is another example of history, the one of the art, which is this VR experience that allows you to go to Sauveur cave in France and visit paintings that have been done like 36,000 years ago or something. Everest VR allows you to go to the top of Mount Everest in VR, which of course would be something that maybe not many of us will do actually. Here is just an example of VR performance, so live actors in immersive theater. What this means is that you're actually, these actors are in avatar form, and you can engage with them inside that virtual space. So again, a new way of making live. And here, this is really important also, upcoming technology, and they are, at the moment, they're building the very first volumetric studio to Finland, to Tampere. It's the first one in the whole Nordic countries. And what it allows you to do is you're basically in that kind of a green screen environment. And then there's like a lot of cameras, kind of a camera array around the performer. And then the performer can be then transformed or like located to different location, or like this virtual, they can be basically placed in this virtual scenery. And you can make also films this way. These have been volumetrically captured, these scenes here. And maybe in the near future, we will also apply this to live streaming. So maybe there would be a whole camera array around the whole field. And then you could actually, in VR, you would go there to see, as this guy here is really excited to see the players playing right in front of him. So that's what volumetric capturing would allow. Yeah, and then just, well, of course, why do we model 3D objects in 2D? Well, some cases it maybe makes it easier, but it makes also sense to go 3D in this 3D environment in VR to design for 3D objects. And in architecture, VR has been used for a long time already for making spaces, of course, spatial design. Here's another example of gaming. This is much more cuter thing. There is this kind of a gnomes and goblins experience where you are in this magical forest and you're engaging with this AI-driven little goblins, or actually gnomes in here in this experience. There you can see a little gnome. And this is a live hosted room escape that you can see here. So there's actually an actor again who is playing one character, and these people are in their homes, and then they go to this kind of a room escape experience together with their headsets. Well, I won't go here. But this is actually interesting virtual production. So for instance, Mandalorian, the new Star Wars series has been done with kind of this kind of technologies that utilizes game engines. So there's actually a screen back in the background of these, and everything is recorded kind of live. So it's just something that 5G and good networks would allow and allows to do. This is also really interesting. Fortnite and Travis Scott were teaming together, making this kind of a virtual concert, which really literally allows the performer to be kind of a larger than life, as you can see there. So this kind of a new way of engaging with live concerts too. Yeah, there's new ways of creating 3D art and 3D sculpting and painting, but I don't go there too much. And also you can design in VR, you can design clothes. So what is really important is this kind of telepresence and social presence, as I said, virtual meetings, co-creation. Especially I would say AR would be really good for this, because it allows you to see hands when you're inside, engage with this content. But this is Qualcomm's vision. So when we are talking about near future of what these technologies allow, immersive technologies, many of them are related to actually to the creative content. And here is some examples again with what the AR would allow also to do. For instance, kids would be chasing in their home some virtual fictional characters. So that's possible. Okay, I think my time starts to be up. Sharing is paused. Okay, so yeah, I hope my sharing was right. It was saying that the sharing is paused, but like I think it was. This is a good way or a good spot to stop. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Yes, thank you very much. If there's some questions to Eero, please open your mics or type into the chat.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Gross, and I'm giving today this talk on the Internet of Hello, everyone. My name is James Gross, and I'm giving today this talk on the Internet of Reality challenges, initial results, and the road ahead. So let's first have a quick introduction to myself. I'm basically a professor for machine-to-machine communications at KTH, so the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. I got my PhD from TU Berlin in 2006. I was for a while an assistant professor at RWTH Aachen University, namely 2008 to 2012, and since 2012 I'm now at KTH. My research focus is in general on cellular networks, critical machine-to-machine communications, network performance models, and recently also more and more on edge computing for closed-loop applications. Now, apart from being an engaged professional in teaching and research at KTH, I also do a couple of other things. I'm namely, on the one hand side, an associate director at KTH for a new research center that is called Digital Futures. Apart from that, I'm co-director of a competence center at KTH on edge computing. The competence center goes under the name TICOSA. We will hear about both centers in a second, or not in a second, but towards the end of this talk. And then I also have some entrepreneurial activities. I have been the founder of R3 Communications, which is a spin-off in industrial wireless communication systems. So, having introduced myself, let's get a little bit here to the gist of it. I would like to look a little bit into the future, the next 5 to 10 years, in networked infrastructures. And what we're seeing, or what I'm seeing there, is something that I loosely refer to as the Internet of Reality. So let's first have a look at what that actually is. And then in the second and third part of this talk, let's study a little bit what the consequences would be if this vision of an Internet of Reality really holds. And then at the end, I would like to comment a little bit more on upcoming challenges, further challenges that are further ahead, and then also give an outlook. All right, so the starting point here of the story is that now for quite a while, we are seeing novel types of applications that we would like to realize over network infrastructures, while we haven't been, or we aren't really there yet. Before we jump here into these applications, let's all remind ourselves today's network infrastructures are foremost used for video streaming, video analytics. If you look at the Ericsson mobile network traffic report that is published every year and then updated in between every once in a while, it's always the same story, or is already for 5 years or so. What people do with mobile networks is mostly video streaming. Believe it or not. The second most important application class is web services, of course, shuttling back and forth information to your browser and back to the servers. And then we have, in general, general data services that follow as third one. So that's what we're doing today with mobile networks. And that's where all the bulk of the business sits. Having said that, we would really like to get going with what is referred to as machine-to-machine systems, or machine-to-machine communication applications. And the heart of that is really cyber-physical systems. What are cyber-physical systems? We have a certain process in reality, which is, let's say, in a little bit exaggerated way represented here on the slide. We deploy a couple of sensors. The sensors generate a sensor stream that is actually capturing the state of this process in reality. And then we have a control logic that sits somewhere, gets the sensor stream, and this is now the important part, starts to feed back actuation commands in order to influence the process in reality. At the heart of it, this is nothing else than closed loop control. That's also why here this nice little formula for a PID controller is given in the right-hand box. And these are, it turns out, these are now use cases that we're striving for in mobile networks for the last 5 to 10 years, depending on how you count. We see today the biggest application of them in industrial automation, and that's where all the excitement around URLSC comes from. But there are broader use cases. And so that's a direction in which already for a while mobile networks are starting to develop into. But my take here is that this is only one part of the story. The other part of the story is that with seemingly related applications that I would like to refer to here as human-in-the-loop applications, and in particular an application called wearable cognitive assistant applications. With these type of applications, we're heading in a somewhat similar direction. Now here, the story is a little bit a different one. We have a human, and we're capturing a sensor stream around the human and her or his environment, and also her or his actions, her or his actually tasks that the human is performing. This capture is typically related to video streams. So we're deploying a bunch of video cameras, we're observing what's going on, what the human is doing. And then we're streaming this sensor information to a point of computation where a cognitive engine is sitting, and this cognitive engine is doing essentially recognition of different objects and actions in order to map what the human is doing and what's the human exposed to in its environment to a certain task model or environmental model. And then this is related to actually what the outcome of the human in its environment should be. And out of that, we now start to generate feedback. And this feedback is perceptual feedback, right? For example, instructions, acoustic instructions, or instructions that are overlaid as an image to augmented reality glass that the human is wearing, and that's what you're seeing here on the left-hand side on the slide. So this is also a closed-loop application. It's somewhat related to cyber-physical systems, but it's also strikingly different in that the feedback is optionally taken by the human or not. The human decides to take that feedback and behave or follow the instructions or not. There it's a little bit different. What's crystal clear is that such applications have a huge potential in being deployed in all kinds of situations, with also potential to generate business value. And this is mostly because with such wearable cognitive assistance, you can transfer knowledge, task knowledge, from humans that have that knowledge to humans that don't have that knowledge. And they're guided, they're trained, or even seriously on the task, guided through such a new action or set of actions by such a wearable cognitive assistant. And this has a lot of value when it comes to transferring at the end of the day knowledge and training people and so on and so forth. So this is yet another application type that we would like to roll out. Now we can ask the question, what is the underlying principles that are going on here? And the principles are always the same. We have some state in reality. We're capturing from that state of reality some sensor information. We're communicating that to a point of control or a point of communication. Then out of that, we're generating feedback. This feedback system is a loop that we're setting up. It's dependable, typically, and dependable here refers to the quality of the feedback always relates to the quality of the sensor data and the quality of the control or the compute that we're exercising. We're also typically seeing a one-to-one load ratio, meaning that we typically generate feedback out of the sensor reading that we're generating. The next thing that is happening is that we have a certain representation of reality. So this whole looped setup with CPS or with also human-in-the-loop systems only works if we can store and also update and process a digital representation of what's going on in reality. We need a constant update of that with a specific context. And then lastly, if that is all in place and if it's working well, then we get a substantial utility out of the application. So we can reap off a certain automation gain, we have a certain knowledge transfer, we have a certain automated assistance that we can realize with that. And that brings us into a world where we are much more, let's say, subject to automation, subject to beneficial, let's say, settings that are taken for us all around us, and that are also given to us in terms of perceptual feedback to actually allow us to focus much more on what is important at that point in time, and where, let's say, our creative powers and so on and so forth can be put to best use. So this is a relatively strong underlying principle that is common to these cyber-physical systems and also to these human-in-the-loop systems. Now, what we would like to do with these systems is to come up with a ubiquitous provisioning. I hope you understand by now that, of course, a CPS or a human-in-the-loop system is something desirable to have, but it's not really helpful if it's always tied to, let's say, dedicated equipment. And that is the state as it is today. We need to deploy certain equipment on the spot where we want to have such services. The key question for the coming decade is, will we be able to provide ubiquitous services in order to run these closed loop applications kind of like arbitrarily over a city? And that calls then for actually running these applications over shared network infrastructures, where essentially we're really interested in efficient support of such applications. And now the important thing to recognize is that we are not there today. And you might be saying this is a little bit surprising because, gee, at the end of the day, right, we've been now pumping 5 to 10 years of research into URLLC systems, right? They are standardized, they will be rolled out. The corresponding commercial products are going to be are currently under development. And as the years will go by, they will become stronger and stronger and stronger, and will be then also correspondingly rolled out in the future. So what is then really missing with respect to this efficient support of such applications, and realizing this vision of an internet of reality, where we have perhaps in 5 to 10 years at any point in time, who knows, 50 to 100 million such closed loop systems running at any point in time all around the world. Maybe it's much more. Maybe it's a couple of billions that we're running at any point in time. And to see where we're going, we're then having a network infrastructure that would be maintaining representations of reality in real time at any point in time. And that's the internet of reality that's coming up. So how is that interaction between the applications and the network, and what are we missing today? And this is where we're now heading into the second part of this talk, the initial challenges and our initial results that we have. So let's dig into that. Let's study a little bit more of these application characteristics that we're exposed to if we want to realize ubiquitous provisioning of such closed loop applications in future network infrastructures. And here, the key thing that has not been really realized in the community as of today is that the key performance metric is not an individual latency of a communication link, as we're doing that as we're shooting for in URLLC systems today. The key metric is actually the end-to-end latency over the entire loop. So how long does it take from generating a sensor reading until having an actuation command in the buffer of the actuator, of the digital control of the actuator? How long does it take to generate that feedback and have the feedback being played out to the device or to the human that is actually in this looped setup? How long does that take? This is what I'm referring to as end-to-end latency. This is also what we could refer to as responsiveness of our infrastructure. That's what we need to achieve. And that is a tough call, and that's a tough call because we have diverse footprints on the one hand side, but these footprints are always related to a combination of requirements on the communication links, meaning the upstream communication of the sensor data. Then we have a certain compute process to execute. And then from this compute process, we need to generate the feedback and transport the feedback back to the corresponding device. And different applications, even different CPS, come here with various different demands in terms of how much bandwidth and also how much compute capability is consumed when we're running these looped applications, when we're realizing here the individual constitution, the individual component of such an internet of the reality. And just to give you here some understanding or some examples, so in the case of CPS, typically the uplink and downlink sensor readings and actuation commands are lightweight. They're typically just a few bytes. The computational demand that we have on the backend in order to generate the control command, typically also light. If you look at the PID controller, which is the standard controller in industrial practice, this is a lightweight computational process that executes easily within a millisecond or lower, which also doesn't come with a lot of variation in the execution time. So these are very, very simple processes in a sense, but the associated end-to-end latencies, the associated responsiveness of the infrastructure for CPS applications can be in the range of 10 milliseconds or lower, and it can be extremely dependable, meaning that this end-to-end latency interaction really needs to work out with a reliability level of, let's say, 1 minus 10 to the power minus 6 or 1 minus 10 to the power minus 9. Of course, depending then on the corresponding CPS. Story is a little bit different here with human-in-the-loop systems. Human-in-the-loop systems are streaming typically video uplink. On the downlink, we get perceptual feedback. This can be an audio, some audio stream, or not a stream, but like kind of like a short audio command. It can also be a video frame that we're transporting back. We already talked about the cognitive engines. These cognitive engines are typically heavyweight on the compute backend. And that leads then to a much, much more, let's say, resource-hungry application with a much heavier footprint on the uplink, on the compute, on the downlink. On the other hand, with the respect to human-in-the-loop, the latencies, the end-to-end latencies, the responsiveness that is required is typically more in the range of 500 to 800 milliseconds, depending a little bit on the particular context. So these are the characteristics that we're witnessing in the future, and that we will have to take into consideration, and that we will have to optimize our systems towards. And now we start to understand that for the next 10 years, what will be becoming important to realize this Internet of Reality are these looped interactions. So we will have to turn much more towards the integration of communication with compute. We'll have to understand much more how we can predict, let's say, a certain execution of a certain compute task on a backend node. We will have to understand how to build such backend nodes, have to understand then how that also interacts then again with the communication delay when forwarding the feedback. And just to make this more now understandable, let's go into a particular human-in-the-loop application. And this is the so-called Lego assistant, which has been brought forward a couple of years ago by a group I'm interacting with heavily from Carnegie Mellon University. The Lego assistant is doing the following. So it's a wearable cognitive assistant that tries to guide you through setting up a certain Lego structure. And for that, you get example instructions depending on where you are standing with respect to establishing this Lego structure. This is shown here in these images where you have certain steps. And a certain step always comprises an initial state and an end state, and then in between you're trying to manipulate. Here's this video frame in a beneficial way, such that you end up with the end state. And then when you end up with the end state that is recognized, then you get the next instruction, put, for example, then a white brick on top of the green brick, which would be now the step from n to n+1. Good. So with this type of Lego assistant, it's well known, it has been investigated, how the responsiveness of the infrastructure relates then to the quality of experience that we are seeing and that we can measure in human users that are operating with these Lego assistants. And in this study here, for Lego, it has been shown that if you run the backend of the Lego assistant on the cloud, you get typically responsiveness times that are in the range of 600 milliseconds, whereas if you put that on the edge, and if you realize edge computing, then the corresponding responsiveness of the Lego assistant goes down to 400 milliseconds. That is a beneficial improvement for the whole wearable assistant. And in general, these type of compute services, so edge computing, fog computing, mobile cloud, and the like, this is the direction in which future network infrastructures will be heading, because for all these real-time applications, CPS, also human-in-the-loop systems, we will be dearly needing the corresponding reduction in the network transport, and that is shown here by the reduction of the green and of the blue components in these bar plots, which become manipulated in a beneficial way when you go from the cloud to the cloudlet. Of course, the compute part, which is the yellow part, that doesn't change if we're on the cloud or on the cloudlet. Okay, so that's message number one, and this holds for a lot of other assistants alike, as has been here shown in this study. Moreover, what is known with respect to these human-in-the-loop systems is that their quality of experience is mostly determined by two threshold latencies. In the case of the Lego, the threshold latencies are 600 milliseconds and 2.7 seconds. And the meaning of these thresholds is if the responsiveness of the infrastructure for these Lego assistant is below 600 milliseconds, so below the threshold T low, then it doesn't matter how much you're further optimizing the responsiveness. The user experiences the application as being flawless, and so there's no real point in devoting more resources to this application, such that the responsiveness goes down even more. Likewise, if the responsiveness is higher than 2.7 seconds, then the story is a different one. Then the application is seen as hopeless. The quality of experience is so bad that the user typically prefers to actually step out of the application and restart it or not use it at all. So these are two important thresholds that one needs to be aware of, that determine actually a lower amount and an upper amount of resources that we will be devoting to such a closed loop application. Now, central question, of course, relates to what happens to the quality of experience then if we are somewhere moving in between these two thresholds. And this is a question that we have been picking up, and in order to study that, we have been actually devising an emulation tool for human-in-the-loop systems, which works in the following way. So you take the real backend of the Lego assistant, you deploy it with, for example, edge computing server, and then you have an app on that's programmed for an Android phone, from which actually now real video frames corresponding to this Lego assistant are exposed to the cloudlet, to the backend server. The backend is then responding with particular feedback, and this feedback is then taken in by a human user model. And in that way, you can actually study the implications of different resource allocation strategies, for example, under a given realistic load of human-in-the-loop systems, which you otherwise would always have to generate out of using a lot of human users, which are simply using this type of application. And that's certainly something that you don't want to use, or that you don't want to waste your money on in these type of studies. So this is, in a sense, a synthetic load generator for human-in-the-loop systems, and we named it Edge Droid because it's a droid that is generating load for edge-based applications. And more information on this can be found, for example, from this publication here at the lower end of the slide. And what you can do with that is then that you can do simple studies on the impact of the amount of Lego applications that you're running simultaneously on any given edge computing infrastructure. And for that, the very simple setup that we have chosen here a couple of years ago consisted of a cloudlet that we were simply connecting with a Wi-Fi network, and then with a certain set of our Android phones, which were now through EdgeDroid playing out more and more of these human-in-the-loop streams. And what you then see is how the responsiveness scales as you're scaling up the load. So here on the left-hand side, you see the total round-trip times or responsiveness for bringing up more and more load on the x-axis with more and more clients. And as one sees, then in particular, the responsiveness times start to exponentially increase as we bring in more and more clients, in particular on certain state transitions in these human-in-the-loop systems where actually the responsiveness is most important. And this is referred to as these round-trip times with no state transitions or with state transitions in red and in blue. And likewise, if you boil down, then if you ask the question, well, in these cases with a state transition, so where do actually then are we burning most of the time? Where is this increase coming from? We see on the right-hand side that the increase is actually coming from the downlink time. So you seem to have a bottleneck on the Wi-Fi when we're transmitting our feedback back from the cloudlet, so from the edge compute node, to the individual clients. And you see that these grayish box plots here, they're increasing from 1 client to 10 clients on the right-hand side, whereas the processing time and also the uplink communication time stays more or less constant, such that we're now hitting the threshold of these 600 milliseconds. And now the question is, so if we're somewhere in between these 600 milliseconds and these 2.7 seconds, so what happens then actually if we're kind of like in this zone, of quality of experience, and where we essentially would like to ask the question, do we have to now provide more resources to push the latencies down again, or are we basically fine with the latencies, even if we hit that threshold of the 600 milliseconds, until which, of course, the quality of experience is just seen as totally fine, and the application quality is flawless. And for that, we did recently a user study on the impact of the delayed feedback that happens if this delayed feedback is always happening somewhere between the 600 milliseconds and the 2.7 seconds. So we want to keep the users in this band where they're not walking away from the human-in-the-loop system, but where they're at the same time also exposed to a substantial delay, such they don't have the feeling the delay leads to a flawless application execution. What happens then with human users? How do they perceive actually the quality of experience? And is there anything interesting to observe from that? Because that is the important zone for the network operator. How much resources do we need to spend to keep users rather close to the lower threshold, or how much can that slip such that they go towards the upper threshold? That's the type of question we're trying to answer. And for that, we took the Lego application, we modified it in the way that we could insert now artificially certain delays in the responsiveness of the system. And then we ran controlled experience here over a certain set of participants. These participants were all from Carnegie Mellon University, and this user study happened in fall 2019. And this shows you a little bit more of the experimental setup. So we had this cognitive assistant. The corresponding samples were taken from the execution of the tasks. And then at the back end, after they were processed, we inserted an artificial delay into the potential feedback back to the human user. And this artificial delay we could actually scale. And now these studies actually revealed something very interesting, and also something that was quite counterintuitive to what we had been actually expecting. So let's first pay a little bit of attention here on the graph on the left-hand side, where we're seeing now the delay, the artificial delay, as we increase it from 0 to 3 seconds. And as we said before, the important part is this range between 0.6 seconds up to 2.7 seconds. And on the y-axis, we're showing now the execution time. But the execution time is here already normalized to just include the execution time of the human user, not taking into account the additional artificial delay that we introduced. And now, don't worry about these colored plots here so much for the moment, but recognize that these graphs of the execution delay all go up from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. And that corresponds to an effect that these delayed responsiveness of the infrastructure has, namely that as the delay goes up, the reaction times, the time that it takes the human user then also to step through a certain task, that also increases, and increases substantially, as you see. So the increase is somewhere on the range of 25 to 50% in certain cases. And now the different colors here in the plot on the left-hand side simply relate to how long these the so-called block lengths were, so over which the delay was kept constant towards the human user. So the longer the human user was actually exposed to relatively long delay, the more actually the human user got slowed down. That is actually the message of this. And now on the right-hand side, we're showing that actually as the delay increases, these execution times within these slices were actually also heavily impacted. So what the right-hand graph shows is that typically within the execution of a task, when there is a certain responsiveness, a user can actually accommodate his reaction time to these tasks. But that, which is essentially a training effect, that training effect is significantly impaired the longer the responsiveness is. And that essentially means, if we come to a conclusion here, that as the infrastructure slows down, so does actually the human user. But what is surprising, and what we could also show, is that the human user then takes really a while to actually accelerate his executions. So these slowdowns in the execution times, they are lingering for quite a while, even if the responsiveness of the system recovers. And now the cause of this, and this was the second quite interesting result of our study, is essentially not that the user gets kind of like annoyed or emotionally involved by the slowness of this responsiveness. It's simply that the so-called cognitive task automation that runs in the brain of the human user, that is disrupted, and that makes it very hard to speed up and re-automate once the responsiveness of the infrastructure is up again. And the system consequences are, of course, important because it makes typical cognitive wearable assistant, in this Lego case, for example, guides you for 20-25 minutes. And if the infrastructure is slowing down, and then the human user is also slowing down, that can immediately, or that can essentially lead then to the human user actually taking or something like 30, 35, 40 minutes to complete the tasks, which is a much longer time that you need to stream all these videos and do all the computation, provide all that feedback. So it has profound consequences for the energy consumption, for the load of the system, and for the resources that we need to allocate towards such an application. And it's surprising that it has not been known so far. How can we prevent delays? So this is something we studied here recently more from an analytical perspective, where we asked the question, so assume we generate a sensing packet, and that has a deadline T, 600 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds, over which this sensing packet needs to be transformed into an activation command. And now let's assume we know that the system is subject to a particular condition, in particular condition of the wireless communication links, a certain queue filling, and also a certain load with respect to the computational process in the backend. So can we then actually come up with an analytical model and also determine how to maybe schedule then packets along such a closed loop system? So how do we schedule then packets to minimize the likelihood of violating such a deadline? And here we looked into different scheduling variants as outlined in this paper that we had the reference on the previous slide. And these scheduling variants essentially look into static allocation of slots versus dynamic allocation of slots. And dynamic allocation of slots means really as time ticks down in a time slotted fashion, we always look at these deadlines and then we reallocate resources to those queues that are mostly filled and for which we hold also packets that are, let's say, getting more and more critical. So in a sense, the question that we're asking is, does it pay off in edge computing system, for example, to transmit all the state information to one point where the resources are allocated and to reallocate these resources on a frequent base, let's say every millisecond, versus keeping these resources allocated in a fairly static manner. And the result is actually what we could show analytically, that systems that are fully adaptive, that are reallocating resources on a constant time base, are actually much, much more powerful in terms of being able to deliver packets in time according to their end-to-end latency goal. So this graph here shows for an increasing delay, and that is given in terms of time slots n on the x-axis. It gives for different variants the so-called delay violation probability that you can derive analytically. For dynamic schemes, and they're shown here as a MDP, as a Markov decision process in the red dotted line, in the red dotted lines, versus static systems that are operating here according to the orange and the blue lines. They're given here by WTB and DVP-UP. And don't worry too much about these acronyms. What the graph essentially shows is that for given Q states along the loop, and these are given by X, of course, the more backlogged the system is, in general, the higher are the violation probabilities. But if you look into static allocations, and static allocations are the blue and the orange ones versus dynamic allocations, the dynamic allocations easily outperform the static allocations in terms of delay violation probabilities by several orders of magnitude. And that is a strong case for collecting all the state information, recalculating all these schedules at any point in time, reallocating resources according to instantaneous deadlines and how also these deadlines and the timers for the corresponding packets are ticking down. And it's likely that we're going to see such resource allocation schemes then in the future. Of course, this all needs to be still shown experimentally and then also realized with respect to corresponding edge computing systems. That's what now brings me to the last part of my talk, the upcoming challenges and the outlook. So something that we're looking into right now are automated models for human reaction in human in the loop. I've already talked about EdgeDroid. EdgeDroid is actually undergoing now a significant improvement where we have much more fine-grained human user behavior modeling that we're encoding in EdgeDroid to make these synthetic load generators even more realistic. We're looking also into synthetic load generator for closed loop control systems. That is actually what's going on under the name Cleave. We're looking at trade-offs of optimal sampling and corresponding semantics. That is essentially the question in cyber-physical systems and also in human loop systems. When is it actually the time to sense reality, and how does that interact with energy consumption and also with quality of experience? And we're very much interested in predicting end-to-end latencies for real systems over the entire loop of edge computing systems. All stuff we're right now working on in my research group, and where we're interacting heavily in our competence center, TICOSA. TICOSA stands here for Trustworthy Edge Computing Systems and Applications. It's a Vinnova competence center that is now running for a year. We have another 5 to 10 years in the center, where 3 big threads are worked on for trustworthy edge computing systems: security, safety, and predictability. A set of different PIs are in the center here, all from KTH, and we also have a lot of industrial partners that are teaming up, and we're working intently towards a new type of edge computing systems and applications that will be important here over the next 5 to 10 years in the upcoming Internet of Reality. Now, beyond what we're doing right now, I also want to draw your attention on a more fundamental question. And the more fundamental question is, now assume we have at any point in time these, 50, 100 million, maybe 500 million, maybe 1 billion closed loop applications with representations running in network infrastructures at any point in time. What will we actually do with these representations? And I think a very interesting question will relate to the aspect if we will network them, if we will put them together to learn on a more aggregate level something about what is going on right now in the physical world, and then maybe also be heading in the direction of then trying to maybe steer that or aggregate that or interact with that in one way or the other. We will need network infrastructures for that, that is clear. But it comes with quite some fundamental problems, right? So which languages are these representations, for example, realized in? How will I be able to actually make sense out of the semantic meanings of these different representations? Will I universally represent them in one way or the other? And also, how will humans actually have then a footprint in such fabrics? Or what will create more footprints and what will create less footprints? How does this interact with security and privacy constraints, of course? These are more fundamental questions of the nature of digitalization and how digitalization will interact with network infrastructures. And that is something we are right now exploring in yet another new research center at KTH, which is the Digital Futures Initiative here under this internet address. And there we're also constantly also advocating new positions for postdocs and also for PhD students. And I would really like you to visit then also this research center and get more updates on what is actually going on right now at KTH. So, summarizing, we see the rise of these feedback systems that process reality, and what is new about them is that they will come with feedback links that have to respond at low latencies, and that will introduce dependability in order to achieve automation and knowledge transfer applications. These are very powerful application classes that come with new footprints and requirements. And the one thing, if there's one thing that you take out of this talk, then that it is always the end-to-end latency over the loop that matters. The system responsiveness of future network infrastructures, that is something we will have to optimize for. And that is not understood in the broader telecommunications, let's say, discussions as of today. But this will be the key metric, and yeah, companies and consortia that start to understand that and work in these directions and start to appreciate how these responsiveness interacts then with quality of experience and how it can be supported by resource allocation and so on and so forth. All these topics I was discussing more or less in this talk. Of course, there are many more. How this contributes towards then optimized network infrastructures, they will have a competitive edge. This is the direction in which the world is heading. We will have to understand the integration of communication links and compute infrastructures with respect to particular application loads. This is what is coming. So that is what needs to be done, and the next 5 to 10 years will show such systems that are mastering the communication and the compute interaction. If we don't master that, the consequences will be severe. And still, there's a lot of open topics that have to be addressed, and I really invite you to look into that, to maybe also devote then your PhD thesis or your master thesis in this direction. And this is very rewarding. Beyond that, beyond that immediate implementation of individual components of the Internet of Reality, there are more aspects, and these aspects we will start to then see more and more coming up over the next 5 to 10 years. More research is needed. Thanks for your attention. I really apologize that I couldn't be around in person today, but I really invite you to get in touch with me through email. If these topics are kind of like inspiring to you. I'm always open to internships, theses, applications of PhD students, or simple research collaborations. So please do come around. Please reach out, and even also if you have questions and so on and so forth, then use that opportunity. Thanks for your attention, and good luck with the rest of this summer school. All the best from Stockholm. Bye-bye.
So, welcome to our session of Venture Capital for Impact. I'm coming from University Hanken School of Economics, and I'm joined here by my colleagues Tom Lahti and Thommie Burström. So, on the topic of entrepreneurship, we have a very interesting topic today. You know, classically, what you need for successful entrepreneurial endeavors, you need people skills, you need technology, and you need money to make an impact. And today we're in particular going to talk about the role of money and its role for making an impact for entrepreneurial initiatives. So a little bit background about our session and our initiative. This is a new initiative put together that brings together researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, students, and the VC industry to promote research and teaching and international collaboration with regards to entrepreneurship and venture capital industry overall. Our initiative is a part of a nationwide initiative hosted by Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture and its USA pilot program. Overall, our focus is on four main areas: artificial intelligence, material bioeconomy, next generation network technologies such as 5G, as well as well-being and welfare state. But our particular approach, which we are presenting for you today, is a cross-industry approach, so technology agnostic approach to promote value creation across industries with the help of venture capital, and how venture capital can help boost entrepreneurial initiatives. And a particular focus for our research project is on a very interesting phenomena called the unicorns. And as of today, we have around 600 unicorns prognosticated by CBI Insights on this planet. And they come to us from very different industry segments, from artificial intelligence to auto and transportation, data management, analytics, e-commerce, you name it. And what is a unicorn? So in simplicity, unicorns in the realm of business refer to companies that are privately held and have exceeded the value of $1 billion. So very interesting, highly impactful creatures in the economic landscape. Our particular focus for our research group is that we're looking into issues such as human capital, how these companies are valued, their networks, ecosystems, and finally the impact they have on our economies and societies overall. Just as a small subset of the portfolio of unicorns, we particularly look today on the segment of mobile and telecom sector, and as of today we have 33 unicorn candidates in this segment, where we see a very interesting battle being built up between two economic superpowers, China, which is leading with 13 unicorns in this segment, and US with 10 unicorns. Whereas the rest of the world's economies scrape for the remaining 10 unicorns in this segment. So all of these companies that have exceeded the valuation of $1 billion are very interesting signals of change and how they, in their particular offerings, are shaping the economic landscape, either through new software innovations or telecom infrastructure, as we see in this telecom sector itself.
Okay, then I'm taking over from here, and I'm going to go a couple of steps back and then looking into what is meant by the concept of venture capital. So according to a definition by the European Venture Capital Association, venture capital is then equity investments for the launch, early development, or expansion of a business. So when addressing venture capital actors in the marketplace, it's important to recognize that they don't only provide the financial capital or the money, but also valuable knowledge, access to networks, and all kinds of value-adding inputs that companies can benefit from. It's very important actors in the marketplace. Therefore, they can also have an important societal impact that I will address through a couple of facts. So, for instance, obtaining venture capital increases firms' chances of survival during the first years, speeds up the investments and growth. Then it's also worth pointing out that a lot of our most innovative and greatest companies today have been backed by venture capitalists that have helped them to grow and obtain their status today, such as Google, Facebook, Airbnb, SpaceX, and many other examples. An interesting fact also is that a total of 10.5 million people were employed at venture capital-backed businesses in Europe at the end of 2018. So venture capital can have a huge growth, employment increasing effect on the economy through the ventures the money is invested in. Another important effect of venture capital is also that a lot of the exits take place through then listings on the stock exchange. So when looking at the time period from 1974 to 2015 and the US companies, then 42% of the companies were then backed by venture capitalists, which is a huge figure considering that only a small percentage of the companies are candidates for venture capital funding. Then also when compared to other companies, venture capital companies tend to have higher growth in sales, wages and employment. So these all facts and statistics show that venture capital has a significant effect on growth and the economy as a whole. Then some facts looking into the evolution of the venture capital industry. First, I'm addressing the situation in the US. As we can see from the slide highlighted here, looking into venture capital activity from 2010 to 2020, we can see that in 2020 there was a bit more than 10,000 deals made. And if you look at the figure in 2010, we can see that it has almost doubled. But significant growth has been in the deal value. In 2020, it was recorded at $147.9 billion. And in 2010, the 31.8, so almost 5 times increased the deal value. So there's a lot of money at the moment flowing into companies and helping companies to grow and then obtain their performance milestones. And also, if we look at the situation in Europe, we see that it's quite similar, the pattern. The number of deals are increasing and also the value is increasing, the money flowing in. So these venture capitalists are very important catalyst for economic growth. And we see a similar trend that the value, deal value has increased remarkably, and the number of deals has nearly doubled. Actually, during the time period in question. So these are interesting trends, and this is also why the venture capital is a very hot sector at the moment. And it's also worth pointing out that compared to US, then the activity in Europe is of a bit lesser magnitude. Then next I'm going to take a small look at the different actors in the marketplace. So there's a lot of different actors with different modus operandi. There's independent venture capital funds. Then there's venture capital funds that are tied to large corporations, usually subsidiaries, venture capital arms to them. Then there's business angels that are individuals investing a part of their net worth, often become very actively involved in the companies. Then there's more new types of investors, such as crowdfunding platforms, where investments are made through internet. Usually a large amount of investors can get small stakes in the business if it's an equity-based platform. And then also, especially in Europe, then the government has a quite strong role, and especially in early stages of development, and is also investing capital. And then there's accelerators and incubators also that are providing valuable training and support, and also nowadays investing, where some of the money tends to come from the government. If we look at the investment target in one of these columns, then we can see that the corporate venture capital funds as well as the independent ones tend to be active in early and later stages, whereas then business angels, crowdfunding platforms, the government and accelerators and incubators are mainly serving these pre and seed stages, so they come in at a bit earlier stage. Then if we look at venture capital and 5G, there was a recent report or inquiry by the European Commission related to 5G. One of the main outcomes of the inquiry was that there's a funding gap, not enough funding at the moment flowing into companies with 5G related business models and technologies. According to this inquiry, then the funding gap was estimated to that it could amount from 4.6 billion to up to 6.6 billion. One of the reasons is that, as noted in the report, that then these 5G related business models are often perceived as complex and difficult to understand. So there's a lot of uncertainty that then refrains investors from making investments into this sector at the moment. So that's a challenge that's important to overcome. And there's both the lack of, then at the moment, of private and government venture capital to these companies. It's particularly a problem in when it comes to the so-called valley of death. And it can be then illustrated by the next slide. So usually it's fairly easy to get money at really early stages, the pre-seed and the first early phase, when you need up to 1 million. When companies need more money in order to expand and get significant growth, then it tends to be difficult to get more than 4 million or up to 25 million. Companies really need large amounts of capital to then enable them to grow and then get to the next level and milestones. Before I'm giving over to Thommie, I'm going to really briefly touch upon the status of venture capital research. So venture capital research is very multidisciplinary in the sense that it's published in many different disciplines, in leading journals in management, entrepreneurship, finance, and even sociology. So here in the slide you see some of these journals listed where top research in venture capital are published. If we look at the status of the research, we can see that the first or the early stage of research was mainly descriptive, typical research about market size, scales, understanding investment practices. And the main actor that was focused on in this paper were the independent venture capital firms, to lesser extent on business angels and corporate venture capitalists. Nowadays, as I pointed out in one of the slides, there's a lot of new types of actors also in the market, crowdfunding platforms, accelerators, incubators, and these research initiatives are trying to understand their logic and learning more about these actors and the role that they play in the marketplace. As I mentioned before, the amount of funding is increasing a lot, which also means that there's a lot of actors that come together and co-invest in these companies. And one interesting topic related to this is when you have these kind of actors that have different business models and logics, how do they complement each other and how do they collaborate in investments? That's something that we're also partly looking into. So the research is then shifting from looking into entrepreneur investors to more complex relationships when you have a lot of actors and a lot of stakeholders involved that you need to then generate a holistic understanding of. But this brings us to the research on unicorn that Thommie is going to say a bit more about in the following.
Yes, thank you. We must ask ourselves this question: why unicorn research? The three of us asked ourselves that question, and we could see it like this, that not all firms are the same. Certain types of firms have a higher impact than other types of firms. And if we go back a little bit in research history and we look at what has been studied before in terms of special types of firms, then we can see already in 1994, Birch and Miroff, they identified gazelles that are then growing much more fast in comparison to other firms. However, it was also said then later on that, well, growing fast is good, but having impact is better. So Axe et al. In 2008, they proposed that, hey, not only should we look at fast-growing firms, but we should also understand how these firms impact the labor market. And therefore, they labeled these firms as high-impact firms. For me and myself and a colleague, we studied knowledge-intensive high-impact firms here in Helsinki, and we found that they actually create new pathways in city innovation systems. So they create new types of business in the cities, to put it simple. One thing that all of these type of research share is the problem of identifying who will be the future winner, who will be the future high-growth firm. So high-growth episodes are hard to predict. Was it this one? No? Okay, there we are. Markus already touched upon the definition, what is a high-impact firm. Kenny and Sussman claims that a unicorn is a newly founded firm that rapidly have grown to a private valuation of $1 billion or more. So it's a quite simple definition. Why do I have such problems with this one? There we are. Now let's take a look at the history. When did we find out about unicorn research or anything like that? But first of all, most of this type of firms have been identified by venture capitalists or some kind of consultancy firms or some firm like that. So we draw heavily on their findings. And here you can see that actually the first unicorn was identified around 2004. And then we can see a similarity that as venture capital becomes more common, the more unicorns we also get on the market. So by today we have, or we, I say we, saying that these firms have identified 591 unicorns in 2021, but this could be changing almost by the day. Then the question is, where do we find these unicorns? If you look at this map, you can identify three clear patterns. First of all, there's a huge concentration of unicorns to USA. One reason for that could be that we also find a lot of venture capital in USA. Second, China has around about 35% of all unicorns identified. And then for the rest of the world, as where we are sitting here in Europe and Latin America and Africa, we have to share these other 15% of all identified unicorns. And here we might find it a little bit tricky to understand, for example, why are there not more unicorns in, for example, Latin America? Brazil, I mean, Brazil is super rich in resources, but they do not seem to produce unicorns. You can think about that for a while. Markus earlier showed also on unicorns that are specifically directed for the telecom industry. We also thought that what more could be interesting to know is what other type of unicorns could be of interest to identify that could have an impact on the 5G development. And here we, for example, see that there are 49 unicorns also identified that are specifically AI, artificial intelligence unicorns. They are specialized in this type of business. And since we know that artificial intelligence is closely related to the development of 5G, you know, how you can make business on 5G, we also see that maybe these firms could be of special interest to understand how 5G develops in the future. Then about unicorn research. How far have we come? Well, actually not so far. Most information of today that we know about unicorns is consultancy based, more or less. There's a very limited amount of actual research on unicorns. We have identified 9 established in research articles or book chapters. But otherwise, there's also working papers, there are conference papers, etc., etc. But we can also see that the global interest in studying unicorns is increasing. For example, we have the Stanford Venture Capital Initiative, where unicorns most likely will be a central part of their research. So we feel confident that the 3 of us will have a great future working maybe together with Stanford later on. The most prominent paper that we have identified so far is this one with Kenny and Sisman, 2019, which says Unicorn, Cheshire Cats and the New Dilemmas of Entrepreneurial Finance. Actually, they claim that maybe not all unicorns actually are unicorns. So I suggest you study this paper to see their line of argumentation. What could we do then? What could we be studying in relation to unicorn? What could be trailblazing unicorn research? We suggest these 4 questions, but of course, we're not limited to only those. But for example, who are the key stakeholders behind unicorn growth? What does the unicorn ecosystem actually look like? We can see that there are a lot of firms collaborating in this type of ecosystem, also collaborating with various types of investors. And then we also would like to know, what does their collaboration patterns look like? Who does what? Who makes the decisions? What does governance look like in these type of new constellations? And also, what is the impact of these unicorns in terms of financial, social, and environmental impact? And this relates to the United Nations SDG goals that are becoming more and more prominent and play a more central role in contemporary business. Finally, what do you think? Is it plausible that unicorns can play a key role in the 5G growth and development? And if you think so, In what way? This is where we leave out for today. We believe that unicorns can play a very central role. Do you have any comments on that, Markus, for example, on what role could they play, or should we let the audience in?
Let's open up for questions if there is any questions from the audience. Otherwise, we're happy to discuss. So while waiting for questions, maybe one could just refer to the idea that I think, Thommie, you brought very beautifully forward beyond these direct unicorns in the mobile and telecom sector. You have an associated sector like the AI sector, creating a lot of change which affects this one. And maybe if we expand that further, economies are rather intertwined in different ways. There's very interesting unicorns in the education sector as well.
Yes.
So once you transform also education, they create impact, and maybe this way also radiate how particular sectors are developing, maybe telecom or others.
Yeah.
Hopefully some of the education unicorns really get, I'll say, wind under their wings and really create meaningful new ways of learning and exploring things. A little bit like this session. Quite interesting the way we are experiencing now education session through media and online things. So a lot of opportunities in the surrounding industries.
Like Markus pointed out, these unicorns that then we know that they are unicorns at a later stage when they reach the valuation of 1 billion. That's but already in the early stages, these companies that eventually grow into unicorns are then, as you mentioned, signals of change and transformation in the industry. So it's important to follow development trends and look into interesting companies that might become the next unicorns and try to predict them also based on available information. So when we find certain patterns and commonalities in the companies that we look into, we can also better see the company's development tracks and how they might evolve over time. So it's a good topic where we try to then look it in from different stakeholder angles.
It's very interesting what you bring forward, that they are certain signals of change in the industry. But what I'm seeing already also is that they can serve as examples. So there's entrepreneurs that look at unicorns in a particular segment, and then they start modeling their own businesses according to the unicorns. And so they serve as examples for growth, which enables them to pick up best practices, maybe ideas that have been founded in the US and they are copied now here and being done even more competitively in other places.
We have a question here as I see it, and I read here. Why is the EU not actively contributing to unicorn creation, not just in tech, but in the whole of business?
A very good question, actually.
Yes.
And maybe we could refer a little bit of a few things. There actually are some initiatives on the EU level, and maybe we can expose one of our focus interests for our research team. We're going to look into the phenomena of Estonian unicorn phenomena. It's very interesting. Now they come up with their 6th unicorn from a population of 1.3 million. So it's probably the highest unicorn density on the planet. Nordics is not doing either too bad in comparison to population. Of course, we are smaller populations. But the Estonians have also been a part of an initiative which is called the European Unicorn Club, where they build up forum for promoting this unicorn phenomena as well. So there are certain first initiatives on a European level, but we sure would think that it would award quite a lot more interest.
And one might, of course, then ask the question, if it's EU level, you know, like European Union, why don't the European Union do something? And this is a fairly new phenomena, and it usually takes some time for politicians to pick up new societal movements. So speaking for the three of us, we probably could see some initiatives in the future if this new European unicorn movement get some impact on the political level.
And we anticipate that there's some involvement already on the political level, that we have some insight into in the European countries, the government has more involvement in the venture capital market and supporting companies. That, of course, it's difficult to pick the winners when you make the decisions of which companies are going to be funded. So that also has partly to do with the technological complexity of picking winners, and you decide when the valuations are big, and you need to understand which companies to support in the process.
Should we move on? Should there be a fund of some sort to boost positive causes, boost new tech utilization?
I think it's a very interesting question again. So I think the role of money can take multiple ways in building up the economy, and one of them that we have here discussed is the role of venture capital, which finances new innovations and new products and services can be brought to the market. But that could be only one instrument among many others. And for instance, we are right now here in Finland, where Business Finland is doing a lot of initiatives in helping more established companies to get funding to buy from up-and-coming startups services, where they actually mandate the bigger companies to buy from external providers, to get the first companies which are far, far from being unicorns. Maybe they are the first, some would say evilly, the cockroaches or mice or small animals trying to pick up. But yes, clearly the role of maybe governmental funding or other instruments of supporting these young and upcoming companies is very crucial and important.
Yeah. And of course there's some support already by the European Investment Fund and these kind of EU level initiatives, and that, but of course the processes are of obtaining funding is of course still some challenges that remain, but this kind of fund is of course something that it's good to coordinate and organize these kind of investment activities properly.
Yeah, and it used to be called Horizon 2020, the project funding for example, firms in collaboration with other firms or with universities. And now it has been reconfigured, so I think it's called Horizon 2030. And it's really important that all types of organizations as firms and university are very active in applying for funding in these projects, because here we talk a lot about a lot of money, a lot of funding, which could actually create breakthrough innovation in, for example, the 5G area. Let's move on to the next one. A year ago then, US General Attorney William Barr mentioned that the only chance for the US to compete with China in 5G market is investing large amounts of money into European companies, Ericsson and Nokia, among others. He also stated that EU lacks either Chinese market support or US investment potential. Do you think that US money is indeed the only option for European companies to develop 5G, or EU is capable of funding the development of 5G on its own? That was a big question. Who want to pick up on that one?
First, I would like to say that there's quite much US money already flowing into a lot of companies. Now I don't know that much about, now we're talking about Ericsson and Nokia, we're talking about large companies, but if you look at the Finnish and European companies, so a lot of investments are cross-border, that actually these kind of investment companies located in Silicon Valley are quite actively also looking into this area. So I think that US money is already helping the Finnish ecosystem and Estonian and other countries Of course, attracting US capital is always challenging, but I think that there's a lot of initiatives, for instance, Lahti and many others, where there's this kind of networking opportunities that are important because investments are still that very much trust-based. When you collaborate with an actor and you have repeated collaboration, then this kind of deal-making becomes easier.
Maybe my short reflection, and maybe it awakes a little bit of the theoretical identity of myself, is that whenever you say the only option of something, I get on my back feet in the sense that there's never only one option. And especially the European companies, I think where we need to get on the drawing board, how do we create various scenarios, top 3 and more scenarios, how to develop our own capabilities in the best way. May it be with the US, may it be with China, or independently with the rest of the world. So very important to figure out models through scenarios, and there's never only one option in life.
No, but for sure, as we looked at in Tom's presentation earlier, the level of US funding is so much higher. If we can get a good flow of money from US investors into Nokia and Ericsson, surely it makes their life much easier.
And of course we need to connect to the discussion of an equity gap that was then reported in an inquiry made by the European Commission, that there's a lot of companies that are unable to obtain funding at the moment with 5G related business models. And of course that equity gap or funding gap is important to bridge. And for bridging that gap, I think that increasing the amount of US capital can help with that, because it's important to have investor collaboration where a lot of investors are sharing the risk, and then they can take the exposure needed to provide 4 million or 5 million or this kind of larger amounts of money that are helping companies to overcome this so-called value of debt.
This is probably true, and the US will have a dominant role, obviously, which is important to recognize. At the same time, we see maybe a certain power battle where really, if you look at the speed of development, how quickly China has come on board on this in terms of a superpower. So I think it's very important that from a European perspective, that we keep our options open to different parts of the world and try to avoid being drawn into political battle on one or the other side.
Yeah, but it's also really, really important to understand that business creativity is probably the key. Maybe I speak only for myself here, but technology in itself is maybe not so important. It's more like, what can we do with, what type of business can we do with this technology? We were talking about different sectors before. And for example, the health sector, we can see that the business is being made in another way in the health sector now, where we can use, we can make diagnosis of people illnesses in the, you know, in very remote areas by using small type of tools that use 5G as a base for communicating and sending, you know, huge amount of data that can be analyzed by doctors or by actually artificial intelligence components. And it's the value that we can create in such situations. Therein, I believe, the competitive advantage lies in the future.
I really like that, and bringing back a little bit to our earlier discussion where we opened up that actually you need 3 main components. You need people, technology, and money. And money is, of course, always needed to somehow to boost the things. Technology, yes, it enables things, but in the end, everything starts from the human imagination, human willingness to explore new ways of solving problems. And here I would put great trust is that European startups and forthcoming unicorns really can carve out a space in the global landscape through our capability and through our human approach to things.
Yes.
Yeah, that's completely true, because it's important to recognize that these kind of funding gaps are not only supply side constraints, that also shortage and lack of communication of the value of the technology might be problematic for raising capital. So exactly what Thommie pointed out, that working with sound business models that are easy to communicate. So it all might also be partly relating to a communication challenge, how to communicate value to investors and get their money through this enhanced communication.
Yes. So do we have any more questions for the audience? Questions or statements, maybe? How do you see the VC market in Africa? How does Chinese money influence the money available for startups and financing in Africa, as the US lost their possibilities to be in Africa?
Of course, as Thommie, you mentioned prior, the very interesting areas between these superpowers, China and US, what is happening in Europe, Africa, or South America with their potential. Maybe where we see the closest from our background is a very interesting project called Ambitious Africa, led actually by our very students at the core. This Ambitious Africa initiative builds up a bridge between Nordics as well as the various countries in Africa. I warmly recommend to check them out. They can be actually on a pathway to become a so-called impact unicorn, not in the terms of valuation, but the impact of influencing over 1 billion people. And they are very associated also with finding new VC funding models for African continent. So they might be an interesting force to look into.
Yeah, that just shows that there's a lot of potential, untapped potential still in the African countries. For instance, in that example of what Hanken students have managed to organize and develop in Africa. Markus knows best about the project that's been involved with it.
I think it's a little bit difficult for us to give a straight answer on this. Has the US lost their possibilities to be in Africa? Difficult to say. I mean, I'm far from an expert in this area. I can just see that the Chinese are actually moving in, and surely US have lost some footage in the possibilities that Africa could offer. Not to say that they actually could make a higher effort and move back again. I don't know, Tom, you're the VC expert here. What is your opinion?
I think that the market is far from mature, so there's still the stakes and shares that can be obtained by many players.
Yeah.
Not all the growth opportunities have been fully developed, so it's still an emerging market, not the mature developed one. So I expect that there's a lot of opportunities still for anyone.
I think that's a good assessment. So it's a very much emerging. The competition is still on, where of course certain places have been, taken, but a lot of potential still to explore.
Absolutely.
Okay, another question regarding 5G. Could crowdfunding in Europe play an important role here? If EU does not have such huge investment potential as US and China. As you said, the competitive advantage would eventually save the future and dependency from US to innovate and develop. What we can see is that there are more and more type of investors where this crowdfunding is one type of investment that is growing. Yes, without being an expert in this field, I can say that crowdfunding for a lot of small tech firms is creating a difference. So I would say yes, crowdfunding is starting to play a more important role and could play an even more important role in the future, since it complements other type of investments. Tom, what do you say?
I would say that it's difficult to single out one investor type. That what we're also looking into is this kind of orchestration and collaboration with different investors, that you don't separate into certain entities. That I think that the money is needed and expertise, and all these investors have their roles and functionalities and their place in the market. So we're looking into raising bigger amounts of funding. It's good to have this kind of consortium that are then built up, and crowdfunding can there be an important source that helps to back up. So already there's a lot of studies showing that crowdfunding platforms are syndicating investments. Syndicating means co-investing with other investors. So I think that they can be an important ingredient here.
Maybe with the emphasis on an ingredient in a total play of things,
yes,
because
yes,
if we
yes.
still look at the volume of money coming in, there's still maybe a smaller player compared to then independent venture capital, which is not only a one group. Of course, here we see that we have VCs that more target early stage, or then we have bigger VCs coming in at later stage with big deep pockets, and then we have unicorn state VC. So we have very big players with money, as well as, of course, corporate venture capitalists that inside of corporations, like big telecom firms, also drive innovation in this segment. So maybe it is good to have a balanced perspective on the respective roles of the different financing players in the market.
But certainly it can help, because there's a lot of development goals in companies and they change over time. So especially in early stages, I think that they can provide well-needed capital that can help companies to achieve some readiness. So in research, there's often this kind of investment readiness. It's a concept where certain companies need to have certain milestones and be able to demonstrate a certain readiness to access capital through then attaining certain objectives that investors want to see. So I think that they can have a valuable role, but not the only element needed in the marketplace. I think it's more a collaborative effort.
Another question from the audience. Will the global minimum corporate tax initiative change the play field between EU and US? Who dares to pick up on answering that one?
Maybe you can.
Well, I mean, this is a very, very new initiative that was made from the G7 summit just the other day. So it's difficult to here and now say anything certain about the impact it will have. But for sure, if we can avoid tax evasion, that could have a spillover effect on the innovation programs that can be pursued in EU and US. And for hopefully we can see more collaboration between EU and US, so we could have more joint efforts in creating new innovation and new future.
That was a good answer, and I want to compliment you on very good questions. Some of them are a bit hard to answer, but still like good input and good suggestions of what could help.
I would also agree on the point that it's very timely questions. I appreciate your posing them. Maybe we could also look at the question of beyond the minimum corporate tax initiative, is that what is changing the play field between EU and US? We have a rather big change and shift of economy right now overall, which is making the future very interesting for all of us taking part. You know, the latest COVID response and recovery initiatives in the trillions in the US. Europe doing similar huge investments, larger than we've ever seen prior, which will drive up also inflation rates in the economies. We will, if you look at the play field, EU, US, a lot of political risks on the table. Yeah. Who will be the next president of the US? Already big political debates. So we are going to see a very interesting play field from a multiple perspective between EU, US, and also the rest of the world, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Approaching the end of our session, then I think it's time for our part to thank the audience for your attention and thank my dear colleagues for our joint session here today, and wish you all the best.
Yeah, we could still, I could still add that we are at a quite early stage in our research regarding unicorns, so we will soon have more knowledge to share when we start to do more research, and so. But it's been very great to be here and share some thoughts on this interesting topic.
And we open up for further interest, so don't hesitate to be in contact with us. You will find more about our Venture Capital for Impact initiative on Hanken web pages and Hanken Media for those interested. Don't hesitate to be in contact. We're happy to continue our discussions.
Oh yes, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.